And we will get started. I have a couple things I want to talk about before we jump into the Archon quest, the actual stream, but that's what we are going to be doing today. Just let me bring up the broadcast. Okay, my mic is working, everything's good. What's up, Ant? How are you? You are here extremely early. I didn't even start yet. Damn. How are you today?
More interesting to do?
Good to see ya. I am just letting everyone know now. This is one of the things I wanted to talk about. My PlayStation 5 still isn't technically letting me stream for very long on it, so we are streaming on the PlayStation 4, so the game quality might not be as good as it usually is, but other than that, we shouldn't have a problem with this stream. It just kind of sucks. I spent all that money on the PlayStation 5, and it just does not let me stream on it very easily. Very annoying. So, how's everyone doing today? I'm doing good. I'm really excited for this Archon quest. I've been really excited for it for a really long time, and I finally have enough time to actually stream it. Sad. I know, right? So weird. But I have been slowly building up Farina. I'm really just struggling gathering the little blue mushroom thing she needs to ascend her even higher, and I'm completely out of books. So, other than that, Farina is coming along really well. She's really fun to use. I love the walking on water and her little, like, summons. Very cute. This is actually the team I'm planning on using her for. Nuvolette, Farina, Jean, and Fischl. I could also put Raid in here, but I just kind of wanted an excuse to use Fischl. Plus, their summons would work so well together. And you get to use Jean again, which is great. What's up, Thomas? How are you? So, I will not be using this team for the Archon quest, though, just because I don't particularly think that that team's strong enough to fight it yet. I think I'm going to keep Miko in instead of Yelan, just for a little bit. I haven't used Miko in a while either. So, we're going to go over to the quests, and we're going to start the Archon quest. Although, I am letting everyone know now, if you guys missed our last stream, we've technically done the first cutscene of the Archon quest. So we have talked to Navia already. But we haven't done anything else besides that. So, I heard this one is really good and really sad. I have unfortunately been spoiled on a couple things from this Archon quest. Not exactly by choice, and every time I see a spoiler, I just like skip past it. But it's been 2 weeks since this quest has been out. I've of course seen things on Twitter and stuff, unfortunately. The biggest spoils I think I've seen is that Skirk, you know, Child's Master, she saves him, I think, because I've seen a picture of him like sitting at her feet. I've of course seen the whale boss. I was spoiled for that before it is even shown in the trailer. And I also have seen Farina in a different outfit, because so many people put that in their thumbnails. So I don't know anything besides that. So I'm going in this quest still kind of blind.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
Yeah, they are very old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
I am pulling for Navia when she comes out. I'm pulling for her weapon too. She has officially the coolest weapon in the game. Have you guys seen her weapon? It's literally just a giant axe. And it's still under the greatsword category, which sucks. They should really just add new weapon classes. They don't need to put Brawler under Catalyst. They could just have Fists. We could just have a greatsword class too. What are they so afraid of? Put scythes in the game. You know how many people would go crazy for a scythe user? If you guys could have any weapon in Genshin, what would it be?
Right here, right now. Emerge. Hey! The Temple of Wisdom!
Illusion shattered! Torn to oblivion!
I was gonna say scythe. Scythes too. I know. Honestly am kind of disappointed that we're not getting guns in Genshin. Because that new gun user that we saw, the 4-star from Fontaine, her poster shows her using a gun, but apparently she's a spear user, which is like really dumb. Like if you're gonna advertise someone with a gun, let them use a gun. Pew pew. What is her name? Cloran? She uses a pistol. How cool would it be if we could actually fight with a pistol?
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too.
Yeah.
A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Cloran? Yeah. Why do the Fatui guns, but we don't? With the AD.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here.
Yeah, but we can still swim in it, right? But doesn't it still kind of make us loopy? It's still technically a drug, right?
I'm not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Maybe there's... It doesn't look like there's a way back.
That
I don't want to
complicates
leave her
things.
here.
Maybe
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
the water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So
Yeah, try and
staying
find a way
here wouldn't
out.
be safe
Please
either.
don't fall in the water. If Navia dies, I'm gonna be
I'll
so
go
upset.
together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't another option.
All right. Come with us for now, then. But please be careful.
Do we not go in the water then?
Oh, no. It's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Oh my gosh, it's been so long since we've had a dungeon with a climbing wall. Dungeons so often in this game never let you climb. Has it? I think we haven't had one since Mondstadt. That's crazy. Do you guys remember like that first dungeon with Lisa that lets you with the climbing wall? I'm pretty sure that's like the only time I remember climbing in a dungeon. Oh, what's this? Okay, random tower. Why did it zoom out? Is the floor gonna collapse?
Wait, there's something wrong with
Oh no, I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! As soon as it zoomed out, I was like, I gotta book it. Go, 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 Navia, go! Shit, shit, shit! Get her, get her, get her, get her! Get her, get her, get her, get her, get her, get her, get her! I hate you, Traveler. I hate you so much right now. Traveler, how could you do this? Oh my god, no! I swear to god, if she's dead... Oh my god! What's up, Galaxy? You just came in a very sad moment. Oh, thank god.
Demoiselle.
Huh?
What?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
What the fuck?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
That was not the traveler's fault. True. But he... I know, but like...
Was I?
He was so
Was I
close.
Yes, it would appear so.
It's Silver and Melus, I know.
I must be
But they're
tired.
dead too. I'm assuming that means we're gonna be able to reverse the effects of the primordial seawater.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Gotta love our men in black.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot.
They're more
It
like the
must have slipped
mafia,
my mind when I dozed off.
if you think about it.
I haven't had a nap today yet. This is a familiar feeling, yet something.
Go on, Thomas.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no.
Do they
No,
not
I'm
remember, like, why they ended up here?
I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Oh my god, they don't.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
And microwave pizza? Oh my god, you're just trying to start a fight now, aren't you, Galaxy?
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
You don't microwave pizza? Oh my
Right.
god, this joke has
Yes.
lasted, what, 6
I
months
remember
now? You guys and your microwavable pizza, damn.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
I actually hope people know the song Men in Black for that reference to make sense. I thought you meant like the show Men in Black.
How have you been?
But, no, I do not know the song.
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person.
Nope, 1 year, Soul. Really? Has it been a year already?
They were
Doesn't feel like
knocking
it's
at my
been a
door
year.
Day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
Yeah, you just gotta beat them up a little bit.
That's right. Oh, by the way,
It's already been a year.
what
I
was
know, it
that you
doesn't
wanted to
feel
give
like
to
a
Miss
year.
Navia again?
Oh, by the way,
Oh,
guys,
yes.
one more sub and we
One
reach our
moment, I
sub
have it
goal
right
of
here.
400, which means we'll be having our reaction stream.
Miss
It's been a
Navia,
while since
these
we
are some
set that
flower
goal,
seeds that
but
I
we're
prepared.
almost there now.
Please
One
take
more.
them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and
So if you guys are
beautiful
new
once
here,
they bloom.
Wanna sub?
I
That'd be
don't
great.
know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Did you cultivate them yourself?
It's
Thank
really
you
sad
so
if you think
much.
about it, because they're all
I'll
dead.
certainly
This is
take
some
them.
kind of afterlife.
Malus, we do
Or-
still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Maybe not.
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative
they turn
plants
into
for some
water.
of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very
Does
well.
that mean they've become like oceanate beings too?
Something seems to be
Part of the
off
water?
here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
Who's the anonymous one?
That's
I don't know.
Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard
Because
this
we know
name
in that
before.
one quest, when the
Sometime
serial killer was
recently,
going
I'm
around
sure of
killing
it.
people or dissolving them with the primordial seawater,
Why are there
that
so few
they
people
kind of
around here?
combined into an oceanate.
Where did everyone go?
Is that what's gonna happen to
We must
them?
mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
We do?
You do not microwave
Like
feasible. You guys are gonna fight about that till the end of
Well,
time,
now,
aren't you?
Did you forget?
I have air fried
Navia,
pizza,
Here you are. I've been looking
but
for
that's
you.
literally just
Please
a
come to
mini
the opera
oven,
house.
so.
Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the opera house?
Yes, she's
Absolutely.
right,
Yeah,
Demoiselle.
he is.
It's just about time now, so... we
Abby
should
always
get
brought
going.
that spice of chaos.
All right then.
Oh, the Traveler and Paimon are going to be so upset. Oh, they're going to be devastated. Traveler's definitely going to blame himself for this, huh?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
Oh, we're not going back? We're just
And her two
continuing?
attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
What is going on?
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen.
Yeah,
Why are so many people here. And as for the judge... huh? Where's Mr. Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
Are these really them?
But
Or is
are
this
you
some
sure
kind
you
of
can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't
illusion
be
or
allowed,
something?
but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me
There's only like
where
a handful of
Monsieur
people
Neuvillette
here.
is, and why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in
Are they
Poisson.
gonna... Are they attacking her
After you took over the
because...
Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you,
Is
but
it because of
your
the tragedy?
your
Do they blame
subordinates,
her for some
nearly
reason?
Everyone in the Spina di
The
Rasula
seawater
fought
rose.
for the
What was she gonna
well-being
do about
of
that?
those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that
French
is
for
why you stand
spin
accused.
the rose?
You have helped so many
Spin
people
at,
get through so
Rasula?
many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We
Ew.
are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being
He
so
sounds way too
important,
possessive.
we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You
I was slow
will
then?
be together with us forever.
Being guilty of being a good
Are you
person?
saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
I'm so lost.
Wonderful, Miss Navia.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
Because it's a trap.
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
This trial is what?
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
Wait, is it actually them?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of us.
Wait, if she's found not
Demoiselle, don't
guilty,
admit guilt.
can she go
This trial
back to
needs
the
to
land
keep
of
you
the
here
living?
forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything.
Silver's talking so
Indeed,
quiet.
Even the death of Master
I'm like
Callus
scooting
couldn't
closer.
stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really?
I mean, I'm happy we get to
As an
see them again,
individual,
but
you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water
are they trying to, like,
accepts
assimilate her?
all, blends
That's
with
so
all.
creepy.
It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
Opinion isn't truth,
and
though.
Navia are one.
It's like back in the day when all of the Earth, everyone on the planet Earth thought the universe revolved around Earth, and not that the Earth revolved around the sun. And everyone shunned, I can't remember his name, everyone shunned the scientist who actually figured it out, that the Earth is actually spinning around the sun. It took, 300 years for other people to actually, start to accept that that is truth by other scientists figuring it out too. Opinion isn't truth, but that is, as sad as it is, that is how people do justice.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still
You know
has
what
a
I mean? Like,
chance to exist
back
as an
in the
individual.
day, before actual science stuff happened and everything, everyone thought that the sun and the universe and everything revolved around the Earth. But there was this one scientist who figured out, he was the first to figure it out. And it was 200, 300 years before people even started to accept or think about that could be right.
Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Years for people to think, suck science, I want the Earth to be flat. Oh my god,
If your
true.
justice is flawed, then why should
Now
we
everyone's
acknowledge
just
it?
like, the Earth is flat.
As you said, we can also
People
have
are
our
dumb.
own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce
Fun
justice.
fact? Oh no. What is your fun fact?
Demoiselle,
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
The guy who started actually as a joke before people actually started believing it? Oh, interesting.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Which means...
don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect
Which
you
means
to
you're
the very
dead.
end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We
Which is
are the
dumb.
will of all.
I know I've said this in every Archon quest in this nation so far. Every time there's a trial, they treat it like a performance just to try and convince people that they're right, without actually figuring out anything. You could say the sky is green, and as long as you convince the people in this room that it is, the other person is killed, or put in jail for life. What the fuck?
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here
And my
with
dogs
us.
are howling. Oh my god. Sorry if you can hear them.
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective?
Oh, everything's
Do
turning
not
red.
resist.
Oh, that's creepy.
This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs
Oh,
to
they
us.
they are a water thing.
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
They are oceanids. I called it.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
They aren't people anymore.
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
What?
That's...
Nouvellette? How?
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
I'm so
Please
confused.
leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to
Does
leave
this happen
place.
every time someone's
What
dissolved?
can't bear to-
Loose.
Did they all have a chance to escape?
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke
Because
once
he's
I
cool.
realized
You know what? Good
this shall
explanation.
be
Fair
our
enough.
last goodbye.
I was thinking maybe it's like his Hydra Dragon authority or something, like he can communicate with the sea or something. I don't know.
Malus... Silver...
Oh no.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
So, what happened to the traveler?
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake? Good.
Oh. You're here too.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
So she didn't fall in?
You were just about to be dissolved within, but I
What is it?
think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
So she did touch the water, but the Oceanids protected her. Silver and Malus. And then he was able to pull her out. Okay.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your
Because he's cool.
consciousness dissipated.
Oh no.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So the people that were dissolved became Oceanids.
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I love the way Nouvellette says it. He goes Oceanids.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Albedo also said it like that too? Really?
Please come with me.
I did not know that. Did you guys see the meme of Nouvellette's voice actor clapping back to everyone who was making those memes of him saying the cardinal... I don't even know how to say it.
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's
Cardinal.
something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the
But did
type of
Albedo
person
ever
who
say
understands
knee?
what you're talking
What?
about.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even
I
more
mean, she did
awkward
just
to
see all of her
call
dead
us over like
friends.
this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not
Yeah,
been too
that.
much for her, has it?
Anyway, Nuvaled's voice actor, he made his own video of that meme, and it was extremely funny.
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I spelled the last word wrong. Who cares? I couldn't
see.
even remember the name.
Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about.
You're the expert here, Paimon. What should we talk about?
Something else. So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my
What does the knave
astonishment,
get out
I
of
ran
this,
into
though?
the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to
Are you
investigate
guys gonna be
the
pulling
ancient
for the
ruins
knave,
here.
or are you passing?
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I'm debating, because technically I do have all of the Harbingers
I'm
so
sorry
far.
to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling
But
much better now.
I don't know.
I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
There's so many other
Yes,
really
if you
cool
wouldn't
characters
mind
that are
my
coming
company.
out, so I think I'm probably gonna skip her,
Another one joins the party!
unless she's
Let's
like
get
super
going then.
overpowered. I want Archino. I really want Archino. Well, good luck if you're gonna pull for her.
Emerge.
I think I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna be pulling for Navia, and I'm pretty sure she's like right after Navia, or like the next update. So I'm probably gonna pass.
Right here.
Unless like
Right now.
Sigewinne or something is after her, then I'll probably pull for her. Oh no. More crumbling.
No, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Alright, Miko, climb! Climb, Miko, climb! This place is literally falling apart.
Watch out! There are rocks flying over here! Uncle Pig! Make yourself at home!
There is no escape! Inazuma shines eternal!
Alright. More crumbling stairs again. No! I ran right up the edge.
Fleeting
Whoops. Sorry, Raiden. I'm sorry. Please don't smite me.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Ooh. Just like me for real.
Yeah.
Right now.
Hold the line! Hey! Bro.
Nothing lasts forever. Right here. Right now. Right here.
The Temple of Wisdom!
Shine down!
Let's move out.
Now you shall perish!
Push the button. Okay, giant Rubik's Cube thing in the sky. I was so confused what that, like, bridge thing was on the side of the building, and then it disappeared, and I was like, oh, that was Nahida's ult. Duh. Okay. That entrance don't look right. We're just gonna continue on.
Looks like
they should let us play as Navia.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
Okay, finally friended Anne on Genshin. That's cool.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Yippee. Oh, the prophecy.
Some slates. It seems like they were put here as an
If you ask me, the prophecy could have been written on like a fancier wall. This looks like a child just came up and started drawing in chalk or something. On like the castle wall or something.
We should just leave them be for now.
But it's definitely the prophecy.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
Don't be
the
picky.
Surrounding walls also show signs of
Do you remember Dragonspine? There were whole rooms with giant murals. And that one's a mountain. This is a prophecy of an entire nation. And there's pillars separating these tiny little murals. It honestly looks like a kid just came up and started drawing on their parents' walls.
There's something written below.
I'm gonna be a little picky about it. This could have been so much more epic.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated.
It's Celestia, huh?
And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same.
There's water, wind, lightning, maybe fire?
What is this? Some kind of...
And is that Lady Farina in the third image?
Looks like it.
Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
Everyone's underwater.
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the
What if I finger painted on my walls? With blueberries? Should I be concerned? Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's, I don't know, a little strange.
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yeah, they do seem to match. Okay.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very...
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Maybe we should have brought, like, an architect.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history
Or an archaeologist.
Of the future, right?
That's what I meant.
Prophecy's sure to come.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
So let's talk about drawing on walls, so I was too. Fair enough. Yeah, I guess.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
I get what you mean, Paimon.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
No, because if she's the only one left, she would be the one weeping on her throne.
And yet the order is reversed here.
The second image is also quite concerning.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Okay.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all.
I wonder if that's like an
contents,
image of her receiving her
could this
gnosis or
place be
something.
the origin of the prophecy?
Because if I understand what the gnosises are correctly,
once saw these slates?
They're like the authority of Celestia, right? Maybe, and by becoming an Archon, don't you technically serve under Celestia and uphold its like principles and how the world works and everything? I don't know. It's just a guess. So maybe it's like her bowing before Celestia or something to receive her power, or I don't know.
Who would have created these slates and left these words here?
Are you talking about the Kave glitch?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
Or I guess it could be her bowing like for forgiveness or something because of a sin she committed. Maybe Celestia cursed the Hydro Archon
In that case, there's no time
itself.
to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be unclear at this point, but I guess we will find out eventually. Ugh. I hate how slow it is to load on the PS4. I've gotten so used to just playing Genshin on the PS5 where it's almost instant. Ugh.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how
Alright.
it is. There's some things you just need
I'd
to be there
prefer
for
you to be
yourself.
safe back with your people, in all honesty, because I don't think they're going to kill you off screen.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fluvsandra and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
The quest answers what the Gnosises are made of. Well, big fat spoiler, but I guess that's cool.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone.
I guess you didn't tell me the answer, but like
I
still.
will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates.
Just remember, Aunt Soul is basically real life Kave, so that means Soul is all powerful. Not really.
I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
I would
share the
not call
results of our
myself all
discussion with you.
powerful, but me and Kave do have the same job, and we are both very
Talk to her about this directly.
flamboyant.
Will
Let's
that be
just
a
say that.
Paimon's getting a little scared now that
And
it's
we
come to this.
we both have a certain crush on Kave.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up
I'll
easily.
hate them.
Alright.
I'm so out of it today.
I will be carefully considered.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandra is always open to you, as ever. So, alright. I'll be on my way then.
Navia and Nouvellette both depart. Okay.
We're finally back.
I don't understand how this is going to be connected to child, though.
We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
Isn't this whole quest supposed to be like us trying to get child back? Or find out what's happening with the Primordial Sea?
Nice, these are all Paimon's! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Mona? What?
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Oh my gosh!
It's you two.
I can't see Mona coming underground, but it's good to see ya.
Mona?
She does write for the Steambird, so she probably would visit Fontaine quite often.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
I don't think she is. Isn't her origin supposed to be unknown?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
And because no one actually knows where you're from.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
Names hold such power in this game, if you think about it. Because how the Fatui use their delusions is they put on a title. They use a false name, and they also put on a mask. And somehow that keeps the abyssal power from eating them, or eating their life force or whatever, because the person it's trying to devour doesn't really exist, which makes no sense. But still, it's very interesting, like, to gain the power of astrology. She changed her name.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
And may I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
I'm just gonna screenshot that because I'm not gonna remember that at all. Nope. There we go.
Whoa!
Moving on.
Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice-as-great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Gotcha.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just
I
how
love
she
Mona.
is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about the triple strength traveler?
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Dorman Port, that's the city above Mondstadt that's not on the map. That I really wish was on the map. Because it's like a bigger city than Mondstadt. Because it's their hub for all their trading.
Oh, That's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things
I didn't even think of that. Mona would be such a big help on this quest. She couldn't be dissolved.
I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
Or
what
worse.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist. And that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side,
what's the difference?
The prophecy is so huge and
someone
powerful
way stronger than a normal
come from
astrologist?
a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all,
so
but
not even your master counts
really
as a visionary?
Exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Are you sure?
Are we actually gonna meet her?
I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after
Mona's
all.
like
So
an
yes,
original
your praises are
Genshin
quite
character
welcome.
too, and she's still one of my favorites.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
She just has such a good design.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Come back! Join us on the quest! It would make it so much more fun!
Suspicious looks. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Our Fontanian friends will thank us someday.
I'm kind of disappointed she doesn't just stay with us.
Good morning. To be honest,
I was watching What If the Hydrovision user were in Discord call.
We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
And everyone who was calling Mona as a broke. Everyone was calling Mona broke as a joke. I mean, she's not really broke. She's actually really, really rich. If you like, she's a writer for a newspaper. She's actually a pretty well-off astrologist in Mondstadt. She makes a lot of money. She's just bad at managing it, and she ends up spending a lot on stuff she doesn't need, like new astral globes and stuff that she can't afford yet. I don't know if you remember the Golden Apple quest, where like we actually were inside of Mona's house, and it was a small area, but it was full of like really expensive tomes and other really amazing, like really expensive stuff Fischl was talking about. And Fischl has to come and feed her all the time because she doesn't buy food. She just buys more astrologish equipment. Mona. Mona.
You're here, finally.
Alright, are we gonna talk to the knave?
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Farina? She doesn't seem like the type to argue with Neuvillette.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Is she not?
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
I want to stuff you one of those deer
I will
people.
say this once more. You must tell me everything you know.
I'm pretty sure people have made them already.
I found 3
stone slates. It's not official, but I'm sure people have.
Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate.
Why aren't
to
you
the
questioning
prophecy.
the Fatui? They're the ones who discovered those ruins, right? What if the knave just took the first slab? Or destroyed it?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
But all gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
It would make sense that she didn't, because, well, for one, just because she's like her successor doesn't mean she knows all of her secrets and stuff, because how do I describe, like, Makoto and Raiden is the best kind of opinion I can make on this. I can't even really say them because they were sisters and they did know everything about each other. How an Archon is made, isn't it, like after one of the original Archon dies, one of the vision wielders will ascend to godhood. They could be someone completely different, right? They might not even know the god. So how would she know?
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
I just assumed she was kind of a nut job.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon.
I'm pretty sure Neuvillette has been the one running this country for
whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll
the
all
entirety
turn out fine.
of your reign.
That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Do
Okay.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
She seemed deeply troubled.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Yeah.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue.
Yeah, Nouvelette has been actually doing all the stuff, while Farina just goofs off.
Still, I do not understand.
I mean,
dialogue is the basis for understanding.
Why rule
so
if you can have someone do it for you?
To engage?
Have all the title and perks for yourself and just have someone do your paperwork. If you think about it, Farina was actually kind of smart.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can.
Wait, are we about to have a trial for Farina? What was Farina's intro line? All the gods had an intro line before the game even started. Farina's was the Hydro Archon is the goddess of justice something, the god who judges the gods themselves or something. I can't remember the exact wording. It's interesting that her line talks about how she's going to judge even the other gods, but she's the one on trial.
If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
I think I know who to call. A few days later, on a boat, somewhere in a quiet position. Do 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 do. The Fatui, right?
Well, that's everyone, huh?
Oh, Navia?
Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
Oh no, it
Here
is
you
gonna
are
be the
drinking
Fatui.
tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Don't put Fermine on the spot. He's gonna go cry.
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I
Oh my
fear
gosh.
that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Nouvelette with the Fatui and Navia? Holy crap.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't
you can do
say
it,
that you would be
Cloran!
facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
No.
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have
Yeah,
heard,
she means with guns.
but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus.
Oh.
Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society.
So almost like the Vision Wielders.
Taking up arms in other lines of work. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare.
Okay.
Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our
I didn't think we were going for physical traps. I thought it was going to be more like uncover Farina's lies or something, to bait her into saying something she shouldn't, and to trap her until she confesses or something like that. I don't know.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
He has really pretty
That's
eyes.
the kind of method I would count on.
I love how it goes from like a very light sky blue to like the cobalt. Very, very nice.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion,
She
I'm
just
sure.
doesn't actually want to do it.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
Yeah, no.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I'm just gonna push
I would
auto.
like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind.
You know, I
as
just thought
always.
about.
However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey
is
in one strike, we
the
would
Hydra
need a
Dragon.
powerful implement.
And
However,
he wears
that
long
also goes
sleeves
for
and
prey that
gloves,
must be
just like
captured and
Zhang
safely
Li,
contained.
Wait.
who is also
why
a
is
dragon. And in his human
Only a
form,
hunter who's a
he has like
true
those
expert
yellow
at
gold
subduing their prey
hands
can snare
that
it without
slowly
harming it.
go up his skin until
The
it
line that divides life and death
fades
is
into
often
actual
exceedingly
skin.
thin.
So, are we going
is.
hunting together?
Is Neuvillette the same?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
I know, very weird train of thought there, but
It's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, and the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate.
Although Zhongli still
but we shall require
could
much more courage than
turn
any
into his
hunter to
dragon
judge
form,
a god.
so.
Being who's...
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Just a metaphor you will call the hunt, because this is not what you should present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. What you need is a simple secret she is keeping, attempting to take her secrets and act of scandalous dispense. Okay. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what we will need. Okay. This quest took a huge 180. Like, at first we were talking about, like, the Primordial Sea. I thought we were going to finally go and save Child, but no, now we're putting Farina on trial? I don't understand where this is going, but okay. I don't understand how this is going to turn into a giant whale boss.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Did you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well...
I'm back, welcome back.
It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience.
You just missed the meetup between Nouvellette, Clorand, Linny, Lynette, Fermine, Navia, and us. And they were making many hunter metaphors and never actually talked about the plan.
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that?
Is it Mona's master?
I've never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice?
It's Mona's master. She said she'd introduce us.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the
Oh no, it's another member of the Hexen Circle.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, you're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously.
I forget her name. Lisa, or no, Alice told us it in
and thus came to you. Guiding people
one event.
is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you, and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Oh, damn.
What? Then is there
Set
any
in
way
stone.
we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Can there really be no exceptions?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Well, the gods wouldn't be able to see the traveler in their prophecies or future sights, right? Because he's a descender. Descenders don't show up in Irminsul's history. Past, present, or future. So, I guess any descender could technically change the future.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Okay.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve.
There is no tea in that cup all of a sudden.
No matter what will happen in Tevat's future. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
Oh, did she actually drink it?
Voice. It's gone.
Mage N. Is there no clue you're leaving us? As unexpected as the news was, oh, and it that was a little too fast to read.
I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Why don't we just ever use our teapot?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
How have you been the past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected.
Charlotte interviewed, didn't you?
Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Yeah, I have a feeling you should... I don't know, they should have some kind of evacuation. No one has to die. Or at least not everyone has to. If they would just suck it up and leave.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her,
Called
no?
it.
That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Someone already came over.
Huh?
You told Mona about the mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I
believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
Would you consider Venti all-knowing? Would you consider Farina all-knowing? Hell, would you even consider Raiden all-knowing? The gods we've met so far, no offense, but like, Zhongli and Nahida are the only two ones that seem kind of competent, and Zhongli didn't even have the foresight to bring money with him when he turned in his godness.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag
is
has
Nahida the
her a
only
few
competent
times.
god?
She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and
oh
she
my
loves
god.
guiding those who are lost.
I was about to say my daughter is very smart. Yes, I'm at this point. Nahida might be the only god that I consider competent.
Well, suffice it to say
Raiden,
that the hag's
very
at least a few
strong.
hundred now, and Ren's been
Zhongli,
around for
very
longer
strong.
than that.
I'm not saying they aren't smart or anything like that. Like Raiden, very good strategist. Zhongli, very good leader. But neither of them I would consider all-knowing. Nahida,
Zirkle sounds like a scary
on the
group,
other hand,
but they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Not yet anyway. Nahida is literally the goddess of wisdom. True. But I just thought it was funny how they mentioned how the gods can see everything and all that, and I'm like, oh, we've met them.
Paimon? Are you two alright?
I feel like maybe the Tsaritsa might have some kind of foresight or something power, but...
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
The only competent is Nahida and the Cryo Archon? Yeah.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has.
We don't know enough about the Pyro Archon to make a
so far as I have seen, it cannot
defense
be swayed.
of her yet, but I'm assuming it's either going to be Himiko or Kiana, and if it's Kiana, we all know she's going to be a little bit of an airhead.
But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The
You should
moment
stay
I
and
start
help us.
talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
No! Don't worry about it, Mona, and thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Fate. She's always there when we need her.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said, but also kinda sad too. Hey, Traveler.
I can see that.
Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Do 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 do. Pyro Archon have the whole region of anarchy, so not competent at all. Well, just because they believe in the strongest will survive doesn't mean they're not smart. In a way, that's kind of how the Tsaritsa sees everything. So... I hate leaving this place, but I don't want to teleport. Oh, maybe I will. I didn't want to because I wasn't 100% sure if it was going to be a cutscene, but it doesn't look like it, so...
Huh? newspaper. What's going on?
There is a music disc in that newspaper.
Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that
Speaking
others
of the
cannot
Fortress of
interact.
Meripede, aren't they making a boat?
My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Nope.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist
I wonder
Charlotte's
how
biggest scoop yet, the
Rowsley
Traveler's Trail,
feels
World
about
Walker.
them.
Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even
I wonder how Rowsley thinks about like us giving Charlotte all this information to write the article about.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's
Because
using
he did
us
not
as the
want to do
subject
that
matter
interview.
instead.
Maybe he just didn't want to be bothered. I don't know.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Just gonna grab this. Be honest, guys. Did you guys see that music disc before you had to go there for that quest, or no? Because I'm pretty sure I passed there a couple times, and I never saw that.
Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Yeah, they make a Noah's Ark. More of like a steamboat version of it, but yeah, it's very steampunk. Steampunk Noah's Ark. I did the quest and I didn't even know about it? Damn.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in. Let's give it another go.
We can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please.
Heh.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
Paimon's reputation
That's right.
precedes
Even
her.
he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Why is it taking so long
Every
to continue?
day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
I couldn't do it.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but
I don't know. Try to find some other food
maybe the waters
preferences.
will rise tomorrow.
You can't live on cake, man.
Like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Yeah. You know what? Good advice. Live life in the
Don't
moment.
be sad.
Don't worry about
Excuse me,
tomorrow.
could I have 2 more slices
Live
of
your
cake
life
to
to
go?
the fullest today.
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food.
Wait. Shizween was born before you? But you're like a full-blooded I can't remember your species name. Does that mean one of the first of your kind did it with a human and Shizween happened and she's that old?
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now.
You know what? Not gonna think about it. Just gonna move on.
Bye.
Just gonna continue on because that's some lolly furry shit that I don't even want to think about.
And there she goes.
Okay.
All right, let's dig in. I'm unsure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
What was the point of this cutscene exactly? Just to eat cake? Why did that have to be there? Just to tell us that Shizween is super old? As long as the deer people are legal. No!
We're near the seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
They still are the size of 5-year-olds. Ew! Best not to think about it.
Wow.
So true.
And Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Yes.
You got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
Can we negotiate profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really?
Paimon, we just ate.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
We literally just ate Paimon.
Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. A really good one, too. She's
so
one
of the first
young
5 stars
and
I ever
already such
got.
a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me?
I
What
think
did she
Venti
say?
was my first. Chi-Chi was my first from Standard Banner. And then when I was pulling on Zhongli, when he first came out, because I skipped Child, I got Mona. Yeah, and then I got Zhongli a couple pulls after that. It feels like so long ago.
Real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like
You
to do
seriously
is
want an
dive
interview with
deeper
us?
and ask,
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
She's gone.
And what's that?
Oh, never mind.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow.
Are you guys gonna build
If
Charlotte?
you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave
I'm
Fontaine.
thinking about it.
Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the
Just
scene.
so I have like
And
another
secondly,
healer that's
I
not
wouldn't
just Hydro.
forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've
I'm
seen,
pretty
most people
sure-
don't know what they do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might
I only
be better
have,
just to
3
behave like
healers
normal rather than worry
built.
over such an end.
And it's
So in all likelihood,
Bennett,
I'll probably
Jean,
still
and
be prepping at the
Coco
office for that
Me.
interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly
I've already been
destroyed
building
tomorrow,
Charlotte, but too busy with
I
others.
still
Yeah, I
finish
really
an
like her
exclusive interview with a
like
truly
camera
unique
thing,
person,
kind of like Nahida.
the story
So I've
I
been
would
thinking
wind
about
up
it.
writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story.
Having a
send it
cryo
for
healer
printing,
would
and use
actually be
messenger pigeons to get
pretty
copies
good,
out to the
especially for
various
like
nations as soon as possible.
freeze teams.
I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job.
I heard Charlotte's
And I'd
pretty
be
good
proud
with
of leaving such an
Farina
article
as well,
behind.
so.
I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice.
Charlotte
All
can
of a
heal and
sudden,
attack,
Paimon
basically.
actually
Yeah.
kinda envies. Anyway,
I did her
let's go
trial
take
when
a look
she
at the
was
sea,
on
shall
Rada.
we?
She was pretty fun. I liked the camera freeze thing.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
To another world.
Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
What I like to do? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly
We've
trying
always
to...
been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until the moment comes, I think I'll just keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Cherishing every single moment.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
I mean, if you think about it, the Traveler's only real motivation was reuniting with his sister. And we know where she is now. She's a part of the Abyss. He's not even really trying to find her anymore. He's just continuing his journey like she said.
Feels like he'll grow
I'm still kind of
more if we
peeved at the
stay
fact
here
that
long enough.
our sibling got to travel with Dawn's Leaf, and we have to travel with Paimon. Like, Dane's such a cooler companion.
That's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide.
So you were under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her.
Well, I mean, lots of people have been dying.
Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Oh no.
People have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
If what Venti said all the way back in, like, Mondstadt's arc is true, like, if the god's power comes from the people's belief in that god, what would happen if they all started to hate the god?
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened,
would they lose their
gods are
power
also the
too?
first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
Wait, what?
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to
Wait,
search
did the
for her.
Fatui kidnap her?
We don't have... That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god, after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I don't know. Her trailer kind of left you kind of sus. She was so scared of the knave killing her. Like, she literally cried herself to sleep.
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry. This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Alright.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure cut on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis.
I see becoming a detective done you some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson,
Good night. Well, good night, Galaxy. Thank you for stopping by. I don't really know how long this quest is. I know it's like 4.5 hours in total, but we already did like an hour, so I don't really know how much more of this quest is to go. I assume like another 2 hours, which means it's probably gonna like pick up insanely much here soon. Like just 180. Underground? Yeah. Alright. Let's go underground then.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her.
Yep.
That's Farina, right over there.
Farina!
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
Give up
what?
what?
was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
If she gives up her goddom,
no point in holding out.
Would the prophecy not be able to be like fulfilled? Would that stop it?
I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Farina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So, it is you.
you, blonde traveler.
And there
from
goes
another
the mask
land.
again.
Why, I almost thought you were
The
someone
overconfident
from that
mask she
mob of
just
my
slips on at all
subjects.
times.
Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
You don't need to put on a mask, dude.
Tear stains. Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Right.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Sauce Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough, Farina.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
I respect people who are real.
Quick,
yeah.
After her!
They followed her?
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Was she gonna beat them up? Oh, Farina.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Or not. They're just gonna keep following us, though. Why don't we just stop them? Or not.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What?
Oh, this is the trap.
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Oh my god, the riot was fake. Oh my god! I completely forgot that that's what we were doing. It's been so long already.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in
Oh my
to
gosh.
the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
She literally is just being Hydro official right now. It's all an act.
You're right.
And she even does the little slip up thing like Fischl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Has Farina finally reached her limit?
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now,
then evacuate Fontaine.
All became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden,
and
but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Yeah, I feel like that's the first time we've actually seen the real Verena. You might have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what might be keeping you and everyone. Your people are more willing to share those burdens with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start
mask
that
makes
this
me want
would
to
be
slap her.
my duty
Yeah.
alone.
I wouldn't actually hit her though, but a little frustrating. But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. How much you call a witness?
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
And the heavenly principles can't spy on someone who's not from this world. So...
If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Verena. Spit it out. Come on. She's not going to, is she? What the fuck? Her face! They moved the whole trailer!
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Holy crap.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Damn!
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
She surrendered. Oh my gosh. We're actually going to trial.
She just surrendered!
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me.
I
too am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
I don't think even their justice system can convict her of just not being able to save someone. But I'm pretty sure this whole thing is just to reveal her secrets, so...
But now,
I guess we're continuing.
It is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
She looks so serious.
This
Damn.
time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my
I don't
words.
trust it.
This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine.
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
She's nothing but not a showman.
Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right,
I guess.
then. Who will be
I mean, the
my
courts in
opponent
Fontaine
in
are
this
all
trial?
about the showmanship. It's convincing the audience. So technically, in a way, she is very, very good at
the court asks the prosecutor to please
the
take
opera
the stand.
style of their trials. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth. And still, it turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we still have a chance to figure everything out. Damn, the shoe's on the other foot. The reverse of the first trial.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity
She got the mafia
to
in on it.
insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred,
So
you
not
would likely
everyone in the
flee
audience
scene
was-
and head to Poisson
remembers.
by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right.
That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
Gotcha. And the 2 shakes was the activation and, like, the resetting of where it was going.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box
Is it
was
like a magic
increased by
bag
whole
where
order
you
of
can just
magnitude,
fit things inside?
and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Arenas. It's cargo, of course.
I can't even call it like a magic trick though, because I mean, Linny and Lynette have visions. They can actually do magic, so.
Was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Yeah.
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was...
So, in other words, the
So they actually
earthquake
dug
that
a
we
tunnel?
felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Nervillette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
She is ready.
Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Duh.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
I feel like Cloran would have won. I feel like Farina... I don't know. I feel like Farina, if she really like had her gnosis and had her god powers or whatever, she might have been able to win. But she's just so skittish, you know? Like, she doesn't feel like the Archons. All of them have had this like air of like confidence in their own like at least elemental powers before. But Farina hasn't even tried to fight.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped that you would share your secret with us before the magic box arrived.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Alright, I don't really know how this is gonna go. We don't have any evidence or anything. Unless they just give it to us.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh?
Alright.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
I love how the first row is all the vision wielders.
Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Oh.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use
It's a super
something
practical
from our
gift.
journey. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Is it like all the info?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first... I didn't think that
Holy crap.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with
what
the Oratrice.
happened to Child?
Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
I don't know how the trial is going to turn into a battle with a giant whale and saving Child from the abyss. I'm so... I'm so lost.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
I have a prediction, though. I feel like in the middle of the trial or at the end when she's defeated or something, the Primordial Sea is just gonna explode, right? And everyone's just gonna die. Maybe. Or at least everyone in the Opera House, maybe, and we go into that place where the whale is? I'm not sure. But from the trailer, it definitely looks like we're in, like, somewhere else, not maybe in the Primordial Sea. I'm not entirely sure.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Okay, is that it?
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Alright, let's go.
Come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your
Either
conduct
talking?
as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Damn!
What was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking.
Who the fuck is the Hydro Archon then?
She's not our Archon at all?
Wait. I said this during one of the first quests. What if the Scales has the original Hydro Archon's soul, kind of like the Cherry Blossom Tree in Makoto? What if technically the original Hydro Archon is still alive? Maybe. Okay.
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor,
but then again, she has been alive for 500 years.
De Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too
he
far
talks?
to
Yes,
doubt
he
her
did.
very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be
Didn't you or the previous Hydro Archon make the Oratrice, though? Wouldn't it side with you no matter what?
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon, because that is their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
I mean, good point. But there's plenty of beings who have lived for that long. She believes the prophecy will certainly happen, but does not need to give up hope. During the diplomatic meeting with the Knave, she revealed that she had already prodded Furina on her own and believes it is possible that she is only Furina is not the Archon, but that she is actually afflicted with some sort of curse. Right.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the Knave? You'd sink so low as to use a Harbinger's words against me.
It doesn't matter who gave us the information.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim,
is.
Perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervlet?
So Furina.
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Damn.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house.
I could never say that, no matter how hard I tried.
That is used in every aspect of life.
Oratrice Mécanique and the Cardinal. I already fucked it up. Can be dissolved in the waters from the perennial sea over the years. Kidnapped and dissolved many young girls.
You tried to reference reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend.
Say it with the rhythm of Another One Bites the Dust.
To provide an explanation.
I already don't remember its
I
full
believe
name.
a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Damn!
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
Got you there, didn't he?
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created.
By who?
You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Your brief demonstration over the power of Hydro should be quite harmless.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Farina!
Seems like nobody's
Better
buying
start telling the
Farina's
truth. Or you'll be found guilty.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us?
Damn.
And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow.
Man, I love all this. It's karma. But what did she do so wrong that it is karma?
Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
You mean just like the trial? Because she instantly tried to arrest us for something, and now she's on trial? Royal Sea is related to the Forbidden Zone at the Fortress of Meripede. The North Royal Sea has nearly broken out. It's only temporarily pushed back. When exploring the ruins near Poisson, it began to collapse. Navia fell into the water. Royal Sea. There's only 2 answers here. Oh, there's actually 4. These ones are... I think it's the Nouvelette. I didn't think of that, actually. That's a good point, Soul. Over the years, kidnapping, ghosts of young married girls. Murder case unfolds into Symphony and Lynette's performance in Grand Opera House throughout their worst levels against... I think it's the Nouvelette.
That doesn't sound right.
No?
That doesn't...
I'm just guessing at this point.
That doesn't...
Was that right? Seriously, the murders?
That all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice.
I spammed
I swear
X,
this really will be the last time
still
that
right?
I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Oh, shit.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
Yeah.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Is she actually gonna do it? Farina.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Is she actually gonna do it? Is Farina about to die?
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Wasn't there a delayed reaction sometime?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. take a few seconds. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegwien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegwien. Lady Farina,
so it was diluted.
Return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
It was diluted.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness.
Damn. Wait, so Farina's not the god.
Farina could have...
I can't believe...
She's about to have a mental freaking breakdown, isn't she?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial
mother
seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Rather die than be caught?
Please,
I don't know.
Anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Oh no.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway
Oh no.
against her now.
Does Farina somehow become the whale? Wait, no, because we already seen it. Never mind.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty.
Shit. She's weeping on her throne. Oh no!
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges.
Kinda reminds me of the Star Rail ticket. And out pops a 4-star.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
Is it gonna say not guilty?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's
It
verdict?
can't be.
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
What?!
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
What?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice?
No, Farina hasn't. Farina's not the Hydro Archon. The Hydro Archon has been sentenced to death, not Farina.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know,
We were just proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. It said the Hydro Archon.
Indeed.
Is the Hydro Archon just gonna jump out of the scales or something?
The very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
I am so lost.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Okay, what was your mission?
Is that the first prophecy slate?
But what is it?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late?
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
I'm very confused.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning the Oceanate into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
I see. They were never fully human to begin with. The people of Fontaine were originally Oceanates. The primordial seawater doesn't dissolve people. It turns them back to what they really were.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Between the contents of the slats and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates.
Okay. I mean, I remember what order they're in, so...
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into human. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But
maybe that's why it takes longer for certain people to dissolve. Because some people... You would think over the years, some people from other nations would move to Fontaine. There would be some, you know, kids born not fully like Fontanian, like a Mondstadt and a Fontanian have like a hybrid kid. Maybe that's why it takes so long to dissolve certain people, because during that one trial where they were trying to, the one guy who was the murderer, he said sometimes it could take up to an hour to dissolve someone. Which kind of sounds like an acid bath if you ask me, but whatever.
And the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
No, it shows Farina sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
I see. So we have to verify it. Sealed beneath the Forbidden Zone. Dissolved into primordial seawater over the years.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans.
Which means they were never human to begin with, right? It shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together, but the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. The Hydro Archon guilty, punished by death sentence.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, has recorded on the stone slates.
I wasn't 100% sure if that was going to be right, but okay. The real events. It shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be?
Okay, and this one, it shows a scene. It's basically identical to the description of the prophecy. Throughout Fontaine's events and discovering the sea, the Hydro Archon will sit on her throne alone.
That doesn't sound quite right.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Which means it's only a matter of time.
The primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid.
That was a very hype end to that quest. We watched those ladies murder, get justice. Still one of my favorite parts of Genshin so far. Like, it was so cool finally getting to see a little darker tone in Genshin.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Which means it's happening. What happened to, like, the shed that was on the floor? Did they move? I know that's a weird thing to question, but it was there during the trial. But as soon as they brought the slab in, it was gone. Fontanians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and
or at least one
Navia,
Oceanid.
when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate reveals.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
I actually have a theory about this part. So if you guys don't know, the Primordial One, the creator of the four heavenly principles, the ones who rule Celestia, humans are his creation. At least that's what it says in the books, or at least the fairy tales in Konomiya. All those like fairy tales. How do I explain this? So, in all the fairy tales and stuff in Konomiya, it says that the Primordial One defeated the 7 primordial bishops, the original dragons, took their power, terraformed the earth, and made it habitable for his creations, humans. That he made them in his image, but of flesh and bone. So maybe he thought it was an insult for her to do so as well, except for she created them with water, so not exactly like his creation too. I'm not entirely sure, but it was the Primordial One himself that created humans, at least in those fairy tales. So maybe that's why it was a sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the 4th slate?
In the 4th slate.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only, did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion.
And
now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within.
What is your conclusion?
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Okay.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Right. Okay.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people
was her
of Fontaine
sin using
first came into being.
The primordial seawater, which was the blood of the original dragons, or was her sin creating humans? Or is it both?
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. But if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order.
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Seriously?
Yes. It refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in
we
truth,
actually fulfilled it.
Everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
I don't know.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's
Apparently.
the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause
What could be worse than everyone turning to water?
You've already encountered it once before.
I have.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come.
The whale.
It was both dream and reality.
Oh shit!
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
So the flood is because of the whale. Interesting. Wait, it just shows up? Why? Because the prophecy is being fulfilled? What? Why the frick did it just show up? Child! Go, child, go! Dude's taking on a whale. Oh no. He's used too much of his power. His delusion, it's burning him. Revert, dude. Go! Soul Call, did everyone? I thought it was gonna be a flood. I didn't think it was gonna be the whale itself.
How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
That's right.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
So it's a descender?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely.
Which means it'll be Fontaine it goes
the
after.
Blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided
I
to
honestly
make its
thought
next
the
stop
seawater
a
would just
packed
start
opera
like
house full of
erupting out
food in
or
the form of
something.
Fontanians.
We just barely
And the whale would
managed to
just be
push it
in
back,
the water
right?
and we have to go stop
In that
it.
Case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
I
That
honestly
is
didn't
correct.
think it was just gonna like
Indeed, it is more
appear.
accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, The whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
He needs our help. Let's go.
That battle maniac. We've always known
Was Child actually gonna die here?
Whale, but we definitely
I know we joke about it a lot, but like,
anyway,
is he actually gonna
now
die?
that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
And that means...
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's
great.
Not something I will accept.
Yeah, same.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
Nope.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what.
That's like her whole personality. I'm gonna stab it. Oh my god, is Clarina Abby?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Right. But we have to fight against fate.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy is fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Farina. What is it that... Oh shoot, I missed it. What is the real secret?
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
Farina!
No, I still need answers.
No, 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 no! Oh, she's wearing the different outfit. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, I actually have like seen the alternate outfit. People have posted it like on their thumbnails of their videos. I've avoided spoilers as best as I could, but it's been out for like 2 weeks. You can't avoid thumbnails, unfortunately. Very different outfit, actually.
You...
Farina question mark?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
Very
I
different
couldn't help
voice.
myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But
The
to
true
answer
Hydro
your
Archon.
question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else, too. if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
What?
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated.
Okay, so there still was an
Egeria.
Egeria. Got it.
Preordained national catastrophe. Now does it?
To deceive your enemies, you must deceive your friends first? I guess.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
How?
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
I'd say.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Makes sense.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
What? What?
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
So you separated your human body from your godhood, personality, and divinity? Okay.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Holy shit! You tortured her!
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
So she had to pretend to be you for 500 years.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera
That is sad as heck, I know!
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being.
Damn that will. Her will must be stronger than frickin' lingering will Terra, damn!
I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
Honestly, yeah.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely
See, told you it
owe
gets
her
sad,
an
yeah.
apology for it.
We haven't even fought the whale yet.
It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
To pretend to be someone else for 500 years and not allowed to be happy or feel joy? That's awful. Farina. If I can directly speak to her. I came here for answers, either way. The opportunity is not to be missed. Let's try and talk to her. Does that mean the other Hydro Archon is gonna die? The real one? But if she dies, wouldn't Farina just become the actual Hydro Archon?
To come onto the stage. Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Do not distract me from my performance.
I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Just let the stage lights go off, please.
I am Focalor. The eyes of
that
countless
way, I can truly
Spontaneans
become
are upon
myself
me.
again.
I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting through to her. Even if her heart to heart, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she had to have for this? For her inner self? I have to find a way.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Rest and rebuild! Illusion shattered!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards!
Yeah, not anymore.
Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
A brash maneuver!
Right now. Right here.
That's all the spotlights. If Furina's heart must be symbolized with their own eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket. Why did this end up here? The show is about to begin. Scene 1. Before a mirror Furina. This is her normal form too.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Apparently.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Somewhat?
Oh,
500 years of suffering
so
and play
still
acting.
After all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was...
Somewhat? I know, right?
You have to be the one to suffer. But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as... a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself,
very spectacle-esque.
I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but...
So it's kind of like what Soul said with the
try
Fatui
to
and
do
making a fake person
So, how long am I
to
going
not
to have
affect
to play
with their
this
masks.
To
Yeah, in a way.
accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years.
Delusions
You will endure and not grow old until your task
try to
ends.
devour the life force or the constellation of the person that uses them, or tries to like dissolve their fate or whatever. I'm not entirely sure exactly how it works, but by putting on a mask and giving yourself a false name, like Ajax to Child to Tartaglia or whatever title he goes by, as long as he does not use his real name when he uses the power of delusions and has the masks on, he basically tricks the world into thinking he's not that person, and so it can't devour their fate, their life force, whatever, their constellation. Somehow that's all linked. I'm sure we'll get it explained eventually. And basically what she did is the exact same thing. She fooled the world so they couldn't see her. She had someone take her place.
But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2. Ascension speech Farina. Now she has the longer hair, she doesn't have her vision. She's dressed more in white. I didn't see the stairs on the back until after the cutscene started.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Summon courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
I guess you can also say that her switching between light and dark symbolizes her act in her real self. Yeah, like her Numala aligned self is her real self, and her I can't remember the light. I can't remember the word for the light element, but it is her false self, the one that's in the spotlight, all eyes on her kind of thing.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god.
Her real self is always in the shadows.
It will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
close politely.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad.
Gods are supposed to be all high and mighty
here,
in people's views.
There'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Idiots.
It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Sheep.
Sheep! How wonderful! Your future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that
Turn up the
justice
drama.
is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul.
Damn.
So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice,
The little twirl.
judge the gods of this world!
So dramatic. Opera House, Farina. Okay.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
And it technically has come. She's finally free.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right. Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again.
Why is her voice getting so quiet? It's like they fade out.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of,
heartbreaking part is, don't forget, look good. She's still just human, meaning all the deaths that have happened from the water or not.
As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see
do
how
anything
far
about.
Your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs
but she
indicate
couldn't
that
do
the
anything about
will
it.
Still
She's
come
not
to pass.
actually the god.
Forget it. That's not something you need
She's
to worry
technically
about
not
right now.
responsible for their deaths. In a way, the actual Hydro Archon should have held the guilt.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
So her guilt must be a lot, but I'm saying, like, Farina, I'm sure she feels sad about their deaths and everything, but she couldn't have ever have done anything. If anyone should feel guilty, it's the actual Foscolor.
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
I'm sure she still, of course, feels
so?
the guilt, but...
Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all.
It was
so
to save everyone
their
else.
Spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time.
She's not a god. She doesn't have the god's stamina or anything.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion.
She doesn't even have a vision, does she?
Maybe this is fine.
She has no elemental powers. No extra strength and speed and stuff that the visions grant.
Alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
There's more? I thought there was only going to be 3 scenes.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
She's back in her Numa-aligned outfit.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Still feel hopelessness and stuff? Yeah. I'm not saying she wouldn't feel guilt. I'm just saying that it shouldn't purely rest on her shoulders in a way.
I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted.
She would be so depressed. Faking a smile for all that time, too. Holy shit. Scene 182,370.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Oh, are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
Holy crap, she's breaking.
No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
Oh, that's so sad, that face.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
The original Furina never, or Faux Schooler, never told Furina how long she'd have to play this role, did she? She never told her it was going to be 500 years.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps
now we feel bad as fuck for making fun of her mask.
Today
I didn't really make fun of it. I just...
tears.
It's very obvious when she's faking it.
I want to tell someone, anyone, about I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart.
I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Yeah, that's my voice. Is this scene from where we were within the giant magic box?
Share my burden.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish.
Her inner self is the one with Numa aligned in all the black. So sad. Her real self always in the shadows.
But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
She took too long, though. Good thing she didn't say it, though, or else the court thing would have never happened, the trial.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better.
She never said that, though.
All you need to do, dear spectator,
that's when the magic box opened.
Is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
But the curtain has fallen. It's over.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth. Is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
Was it you?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratries, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
So
Alas, your understanding
has
of
the
this
gnosis?
device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth,
So called it again.
is no
I did call
enactor
it
of
the original
justice.
Hydro Archon. Well,
It
not the
is,
original,
in
but
fact,
the
a
Hydro
device
Archon was
created
the
to
Oratries.
kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratries take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Holy shit. What?
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered?
Is that the only... Oh my...
My work over these last 500 years has been
Does that mean she's gonna destroy the Gnosis?
Indemnitium within the Oratries. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratries. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established
And then she always
by
planned on killing herself.
Celestia, and breaking through the
I guess.
institution that is the Seven.
So the
She did get to
Oratrice's
live for
call
500
death was
years,
for
though.
neither Farina
Much
nor
longer than normal
Focalor,
people.
but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh my god, I get it. The Gnosis, we've already known that the Gnosis are literally forged from the dragon's remains. She's gonna destroy the Gnosis and give him the power back. She's going to eliminate the concept of the Hydro Archon. Holy shit! Oh, Celestia's gonna be so pissed. I don't know if it's gonna happen in this update or this quest. Maybe next big Archon quest or something, but I think we might see the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles come to throw a tantrum here soon. We're actually getting into Celestia stuff, just like all those theories said that was going to happen in Fontaine. Holy crap!
Words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient
Wait, does that mean
dragons shall
Nouvelette's
soon
gonna
be
actually
yours
be
once more,
technically the god of
O
this
Hydro
land?
Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
True justice, give what is rightfully owed.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I guess.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
That's why her that's why her eyes are teardrops. The Oratrice has the 2 giant teardrops. Oh my god, it was so freaking obvious.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin...
This is so off-kilter, I know, but are we gonna get this outfit for Arena? It's already modeled in-game. We definitely should get this outfit for Arena, right? That'd just be so nice.
Then, leaving
how cool would it be
matters
if
of
it changed their
procedural
animations
right
too?
and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others.
For her two forms, it'd probably just be a color swap of this one. I mean, that's basically what her outfits are. Her white outfit is just certain parts of the black outfit turn white and she has longer hair.
At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
She knew. Cutscene?
The hour of my execution is almost here.
Oh, shit.
Listener, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced
Is she gonna
with
be beheaded?
Death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps
because that sword has like a guillotine blade.
Gods and humans have in common.
Her outfit kind of gives Nilu vibes.
Farewell, Neuvillette.
Maybe it's just the ankle
I
bracelet.
hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
And she's dancing! When Leek said Farina's skill would be water guillotines. Well, they kind of are. When you switch between her 2 elements, Holy shit. Thank you, Farina, for all you have done. for all these moments. Please live happily as a human, just like I wish you could. Dude! The Dragon Sovereign is here.
I, Iudex Nouvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Power! He's so pretty.
Inactivity.
Nouvelet is the water Archon baby. Well, no, he's not an Archon because the Archons use the remains of the dragons to channel the power of the world. He doesn't have to do that. He is a dragon.
What just
happened? He is a dragon sovereign.
Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
He's...
Say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Then what do we call Nouvelet then? A dragon sovereign. Sovereign means king or ruler. Before he was just, you know, an elemental dragon. Now he is the dragon sovereign. He is the ruler of Fontaine like it was always supposed to be.
I have gained the strength sufficient
the natural
to deal
order
with
of this world
through certain means.
It's been restored in
Fontaine. I have the
Fontaine.
ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtain power?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
The teardrops are gone. Oh my god, she was the teardrops. You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
The all-devouring narwhal. Okay. Here we go. Weekly boss time. It's actually a really pretty boss.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to save the power of my warriors from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share the ancient dragon's power with you. I shall look for an opening to get it.
Can I even hit it with Nahida's skill?
Into hostility.
Torn to oblivion!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist.
Oh, it's a bulky boy.
Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
I can't even hear what Nouvelet's saying. Ooh.
Hold the line! Inazuma shines eternal! Right here. Right now.
Oh, okay. The knight. Okay, second phase.
Emerge, right now.
Damn, it's bulky.
Illusion shattered.
I have granted you
raise
my
its
protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Now you shall perish. Share my knowledge.
Oh shit. Guess I used Nahida's ult for nothing. No. Phase. I was gonna say phase 2, but no. Skirk! Oh, she's so hot. Just such a cool design. The literal like shards of glass for like arms and legs. Oh, I'm so excited for the Abyss element.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. Should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Your master?
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Your master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
What an Abyss element even do? And what reactions would it have? I'm assuming that it's going to be similar to, like, dark, right? And it's probably going to have reactions with light, most likely. Kind of like an outer element kind of situation, where light is strong against dark and dark is strong against light, and they're equal to every other element, and every element is equal to them kind of situation. They have a very similar situation in Honkai Impact 3rd. It's called Quantum and Imaginary. They counter each other. They're basically the dark and light elements.
Hyman has an
They have it in
idea.
Star Rail too.
From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he has the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Would taking the all-devouring narwhal as a pet? What sort of person would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. What kind of power is wasted on it? It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all,
Alright, I kind of love her.
as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master.
The literal stars in her legs.
Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Who? Is he the sinner?
I am.
You know what I just realized? Wait. Go back to her eyes. Her eyes are the quantum element symbol from Honkai Impact 3rd.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently
The
famous.
2 rings with the little star in the middle.
How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the
foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the vision?
They use the same symbol in Honkai Star Rail.
Then? Or...
Go back to zoom in on her
That's what we've
face.
heard. Rhine Doctor's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either.
Okay.
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
I'm assuming we're doing Farina's quest another day. Yes.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the
most likely next week.
Narwhal used up
you see
all
that?
its strength fighting you.
Her eyes. They have the half rings with the little star, not like star, like the void symbol in the middle. That's actually really interesting.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into
She's also
chaos.
based off of Bella from Honkai Impact 3rd, which is a dragon, by the way. And she even has like the wing in her hair, like Bella does, and the little wings on her shoes. I love that.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
What?
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
But they're all okay.
Hey! Help! Over here!
But the people are okay because Neuvillette already forgave their sins. Is that Rio's boat? It's ginormous. Literally just Noah's Ark. Okay.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
Dude, Rio for the win. Flying Noah's Ark. Where's all the animals then? I don't know. Dead? I always assumed the flood would be primordial seawater, but it's not. It's just normal water because the whale devoured all the primordial sea. Shortest flood in history.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
It never said they would dissolve. It said that everything would be flooded. I think everyone just assumed.
Are you right?
We're saved. The prophecy.
Farina is finally free. I know! That was amazing. That was actually a really good quest. We learned a lot. And we got to see a lot too. Like, we learned Skirk has a master. We learned that master's name. I'm definitely going to go back and screenshot that later. I unlocked this weekly boss. The prophecy has been fulfilled, and I guarantee you, the next big Archon quest that happens in Fontaine, the Sustainer of Heavenly Principles will most likely get involved. Celestia has to be pissed. One of their 7 seats have been destroyed.
To new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should the latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him in. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
Smart.
The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
These articles do make serious about the things that will play out.
Hyman's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
You know how hard it would be to break the habit of wearing her mask now? It would be like she had multiple personalities.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best.
She wouldn't have to fake a smile and everything. I know she'd probably be inclined to, but
I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
I'm sure she can now slowly start to figure out who she really is again.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress.
Do we have to? All right. Finale, go to the prison. Well, apparently there's more. Or not. Oh no, there is. Okay. Well, I doubt there's gonna be much more. Oh no, so we're not going to the prison. We're going to Poisson first. Okay. We're finally wrapping up. I'm surprised Navia's ship didn't somehow, like, come up to the surface. That'd have been really funny to see. Is that a Fatui?
Navia!
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević.
It's not the end to the hydronation. We're definitely going to have more. Because you got to remember, this is only 4.2. There's usually 1 or 2 more Archon quests per big patch, you know? So I'm assuming that the next one will probably come in 4.4 or 0.4. Most likely 4.4 and then 4.6. Because 4.7 will most likely be Golden Apple stuff, and then 5.0. I'm assuming we're going to have 2 more big Archon quests, and I'm assuming one of them is going to deal with the fallback on I guess Neuvillette, because you can't really fall back on Farina for the destruction of the Hydronoses and stuff. I have a feeling Celestia is going to get involved.
Our residents are hard at work
very
as well.
soon.
Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
So much sadness has been in this quest. Yeah. It doesn't look like the people from the Primordial Sea that were dissolved are coming back.
We finished laying down the construction materials.
Which means Silver and Mulison, or whatever his name was, they're gone, unfortunately.
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions?
Oh my god, Charlotte!
Before the duel, about what...
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad.
Does Paimon look cute in it?
Composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Oh my god.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
You already knew she was going?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
True.
You're right. I've got to treasure
But
every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
we're going, so I have a feeling he's gonna show up.
Tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Alright, let's head over to the fortress. And then I'm assuming we're gonna head back. Most likely to the Opera House to talk to Neuvillette one last time. I can't really see anyone else talking to us as the wrap-up to the Archon quest.
Guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Called it.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Walk and talk?
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all
Dang,
the
I was
photos
hoping
we
Soul would finally get 400 subs during the stream.
Miss Charlotte.
Oh yeah, we're just one away.
Do these pictures
But
really
we'll
need
get
to
there
be published
eventually.
on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lordine
As soon as we
doesn't
get there,
want her
don't worry,
face to
we'll be
appear
doing our
beside that
reaction
of Mr.
stream. It'll
Jury.
be, I'm pretty sure, just 3-4 hours of me streaming and reacting to the videos you guys recommend. It'll be very fun.
Sir,
I'll
please
announce
don't
it
say things like that.
most likely a week in advance when we're gonna do it.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
And it's
This
perfect
interview
timing
be
because I did
very
just
important
order a
to
new
you,
camera, which will be here tomorrow. So I'll have my VTuber back and set up for when we reach our 400 sub goal.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely
Oh my
got
gosh.
more of that genius vibe going on.
New Soul Rain looking dapper. I know, I really liked... So, when I was looking at some of the new models and stuff that we were doing and stuff, I kept his hair length and everything, I just altered it. It still needs some little tweaks because his hair is a little glitchy in some places, but it shouldn't take that long to fix. The outfit, I was never a huge fan of his shirt. It was just a t-shirt with a strap, which I'm pretty sure was supposed to be like, what are those things called? Like a fanny pack, but that you throw around your shoulder, like the mini ones. I was never like a super huge fan of that, so as soon as I got an option to change his outfit, I was like, yes. So I really like the new outfit. I think I'm going to tweak his hair just a little bit more and try and get rid of all those shadow glitch that happened when we were doing the photos and stuff, but other than that, I'm pretty happy with him.
The boat that brought about a miracle. The ark that saved the people. What? Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Damn.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty
They're so
lively
together.
here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Don't do it.
Siegeween.
Don't do it, you'll die.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Shizween scares me.
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
We might have solved the Fontaine's questions, the Fountain's questions, but we'll never know some random NPCs are a couple or not.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier?
You're too kind, sir.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
I'm pretty sure it's really obvious that they're a couple. They just
I see.
are both
Lots of things
tsunderes
happened
and don't
that
want
day,
to
huh?
admit it.
Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Would Farina be allowed to stay in Fontaine? I know it was for the sake of the people, but as far as everyone knows, she lied about being the Archon for 500 years.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next
Would she
time,
be
everyone.
safe? I feel like some people would hold a grudge.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Why the docks? Farina's just a person now, she doesn't have any powers. I know, she never did. That's the point. Farina was never a god. She didn't even have a vision. Wait. She doesn't have a vision. Why does she have a vision in game? She has no power over the elements at all. Or did I just misunderstand when they asked her to show any kind of authority? You will need to do her quest. Oh, so I didn't understand. It's gonna be a Wanderer situation. Okay. She's gonna get a vision. Got it.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget
Kind of already have one. Her name's Paimon.
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Oh, status-wise. Got it.
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
I mean...
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm doing alright.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So...
I have a feeling she's gonna come back in the next Archon quest too. When is she supposed to be pullable? Isn't it 4.4 or 4.5. Guarantee you that's when the next big Archon quest is gonna happen.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's Gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
She didn't destroy the Gnosis? What?
A diplomatic gift? A Gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself.
I mean, she gave the authority back to him. I thought that meant the power of the Gnosis, too. Does that mean the seat isn't actually destroyed? Just the authority is passed down to someone who doesn't need a Gnosis?
It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring Narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a Gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
I'm pissed.
It seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
Why does everyone hand over their Gnosis?
I did see him strolling around the
They're only missing one now.
A while back.
If they get all 7, won't they have the power to face Celestia? To go to war or whatever? Wouldn't that start another Archon war or whatever?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Change of heart, you say? Joker, are you there?
That's true.
Ugh.
When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
I don't think the Fatui are bad. I just think the Harbingers are a little too free.
Father!
In what their own goals are and stuff.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as Harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
She's so scared.
The breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable.
Well, scared might not be the right word.
Farewell.
Awestruck, maybe?
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right.
I mean, Paimon has her own little
I was giving out
portal
magic pockets
thing,
when we
so...
first met too. And I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte out. Shall we go see what Neuvlette's doing?
Alright, let's go talk to Neuvillette. I knew this was going to be our last stop. Oh, he's out in the water. Okay. Out by the water, anyway.
Right now. Right here. Right now. Emerge.
The entrance to the fortress.
Stupid thing almost pushed me off the edge. I hate when the camera turns like that. We're on a bridge. Don't do that.
I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way.
The clouds got much darker
In any case,
all
you
of a
came at a
sudden.
good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Neuvillette sighed softly before telling you the consequences. Foscooler deceived the heavenly principles using Furina's countless powers. Okay, so it's everything we learned before.
So that's what happened?
I only saw Furina's part myself.
Foscooler destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
So what exactly is the Gnosis? I know it's like a conduit that connects the Archon to Celestia and grants them power. And it's made from the remains of the original 7 dragon sovereigns. But does that mean it's just a battery?
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Foscooler must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
You could say that in that moment, or that moment was the Fontaine's really true, when Fontanians were truly born. Oh my god, that was a butcher, I'm sorry.
To fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Alright, about the verdict passed on
I have
Child.
investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
That's when he originally fell into the abyss.
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Probably both. She probably justified it by him being the one to awaken it.
They finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Oh. Okay, so you physically couldn't have children in Fontaine unless you prayed to a fountain. Okay, cool. Good to know.
But it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Fontaine's future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalors the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
Probably continue as he was. Just without having to report back to Farina.
After Focalors passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was
you have to find another energy source.
Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away.
And very
I'll
convenient.
tell you the truth as I know it.
About the Gnosis.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the Knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function.
So Neuvillette powers everything now?
Is now no more.
I guess for a while he's probably going to look for a new power source so he doesn't have to keep extending his energy.
If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the Knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
About the next stop in my journey.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
So like descendants of dragons. Got it.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The number 2 Fatui Harbinger? Are you kidding me?
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously,
We're going from the Knave, which isn't she 4 or 5 to 2?
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
I have no more questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something.
So when we get to the Land of Fire, the story will be picking up heat? I guess you could say that.
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Please load. I'm curious. I love puns. They are great. Oh my gosh. Please load. I really wanna...
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, alright, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power. What it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something
it's a
like this
freaking
before.
coffee.
What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
What?
Remains?
Of the third descender?
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
The Gnosis are made from descenders, not the 7 dragons? Then why does it connect them to the ley lines? In the storybook in Enkonomiya, it says the remains that connect those to the elements. How was the third descender?
Well, that
you know
much
what?
is true.
Just explain.
After Fursalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young. And I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense. Which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you.
The Gnosis are cursed. Gnosi? What's the plural of Gnosis? Is it just Gnosis, or is it Gnosi?
To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, The bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then?
Yeah. Force child to be a freaking delivery man. That's actually really interesting. So, I don't remember the exact wording, but you know there's a bunch of storybooks in Enkonomiya that talk about how the world was created. And in one of them, they specifically mention that the Gnosi, whatever, are remains, forged from remains that connect.
That's what she told me.
The person who holds them to the ley lines, to the elements.
To pass that information on to you.
I always assumed because of the remains, because they just say remains. I always assumed that it was the 7 dragon sovereigns, like the original, because they were slain in those fairy tales. Like that's like one of the first books you find in Enkonomiya is how the dragons are slayed.
The remains of
and all the Sun King and the wars that were waged and stuff in Enkonomiya.
So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Which means if all 7 are collected in one place... Oh no.
I guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them.
Wait, what if when they reassemble all 7 Gnosis, if the third descender somehow revives?
That means that the Gnosis,
how crazy would that be?
Element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right?
I'm guessing they're trying to revive this guy, kind of like in Sky Cooper 2. I don't know if they're trying to revive him. I think it's a possibility. In my personal opinion, I just think the Sarisa is trying to get all 7 so she has the power, because they're basically batteries, to fight against the heavenly principles. But it could be to revive this guy so he can fight against the heavenly principles.
No, let's not think about this stuff right now.
Would the third descender be the second who came? That wouldn't make sense, but... I always assumed the second who came would be the sinner. So...
Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all?
I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate right now. I'm sure there are lore videos and stuff that have already pieced some stuff together. I'm not gonna give you guys false information. We'll talk about it next stream when I actually watch all those theory videos and stuff.
I too believe it unwise to make too many
it's
blind
fun.
guesses when information is lacking.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that
I'm just gonna assume that because I love Sky Cooper too. I mean, you guys can assume anything you want. There's a Hydroculus up there.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand the will of the gods?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
And there we go, guys. 4.2's Archon quest has now come to a close. And just real quick before we end the stream, I gotta do something super important. Super important. I think you guys know exactly where this is going. It has to be done. She's not the Archon, she never was. You're changing Farina to New Valette? I am. I didn't really know what to put up here with her, so I just put water stuff. Well, I was thinking up ideas. If you guys haven't seen this before, this is my little Archon collector area. Venti's, Raiden's, and Zhongli's are much more creative. Nahida's does have her little, like, I don't know what they're called anymore. Her little, like, minion dudes there. I just don't really know what to put here for Farina / New Valette. I was gonna put a fountain up there, but there's not enough room. So I'm not really sure yet. We'll see. I'm still trying to figure out some stuff, but my main issue is we haven't had a lot of the stuff for the Fontaine Realm style released yet, because it's not out yet. So I'm assuming there'll be some more little stuff we can put in later. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. As always, it's been Rain, and I will see you guys next time. Our next stream will be Tuesday, and it will be Persona 5 Tactica. Almost said Strikers. Oh my god. The next time we play Genshin will most likely be, I want to say Wednesday morning, because I want to do the event. No, it won't be Wednesday. I think we're going to do Star Row Wednesday. I guess Saturday morning then? We'll see. I will release the streaming schedule by tomorrow. So, anyway guys, thank you so much for watching. See you guys next time. Bye-bye.